Okie dokie, here we go. Let me just perform a fairly quick performance test and I'm just gonna get right into it. I'll get my shoes on in the meantime. So, new cars, they say VR step 2, whatever that means. So yeah, let's see what that means. Yeah, that is a little bit worrying from my side. Like you said, that there's just nothing for the tires. But we'll see. Okay. Never know, maybe there's actually nothing to fear. Maybe they did something, just didn't tell us. We'll figure it out on the way. So let me get my microphone to the rig. Let me jump in and we'll start. Also round wheel in case I'm gonna need it, because I am gonna need it. So I'm gonna set super sampling in Oculus to 1.5. Nice. Actually no, I'm gonna set super sampling or pixel density in Oculus to 2. And then yeah, let me launch the game. So it's on high preset in terms of settings. I'm gonna restart the game now. So here we go. Did it crash? I think it did. Nice. Assetto Corsa Evo. Okay, content drop, yada yada yada, open mode. That's what I'm interested in. Ooh. Okay. Well, the menu is obviously not lagging. I recently played LMU with quite high pixel density, so I'm used to things being really sharp. I played Cyberpunk with some ridiculous resolution, so with stuff in the distance being supremely high resolution. So I am used to stuff being really, really sharp from the recent stuff that I played. So let me get the chat on the screen. Okay, that's interesting that the Oculus overlay is kinda lagging a little bit. Is it or is it not? It's tough to say. It's like it's attempting to do some ASW, but it can't. Okay, I'll get you guys over here and I'll pin that. And yeah. And also settings inside of, why is it not reacting? That's interesting. Oh, now it is, okay. So upscaling in Oculus OpenXR toolkit. Okay, so if I have turbo mode, that's really interesting. Okay, screw that up something for now. Sorry, upscaling. And let me see how this performs on the track with one AI. And also I'll just straight away put a round wheel on there because I intend to drive cars that really require a round wheel. Okay, so we're just at 50 FPS. Copy. That's not good. Shadow on the hand is really weird. Never mind. But yeah, this is not good. Yeah, well, this is just ASW, which currently should be off. Why is performance that bad? Oh. Well, okay, this is completely dog shit in terms of performance, so this is really weird in terms of, like, I was able to get some decent performance out of it. It's crazy, it's just showing me that it barely has any performance headroom right now in the menu when there's just like a car being rendered. Okay. What are the settings that we're going here with? Let's get rid of this. And let's go to medium preset. No upscaling. Let me restart the whole thing. Let me restart the whole thing and let's put. Okay, so it was on super sampling 2. Let's just screw the super sampling. Turn off all those things. Adaptive GPU performance scale. I'll put it to default. Like it would be, well, by default. And let's try again with no super sampling. Maybe the game just really doesn't like super high resolutions that I tried to launch it with. Even though it didn't really look that sharp. Maybe I would have to just play around with super sampling settings and anti-aliasing. Okay, so obviously right now should be medium settings and native resolution, which is already so much. Okay. Well, we are at 90 FPS. This is a bit blurry, but I mean nothing crazy. 90, little dip here and there. Let me see how much performance I gain if I'm gonna turn off Oculus mirror, so you're not gonna see anything for a while. Because obviously bear in mind that I'm attempting streaming this, so we're putting additional strain on this system, and I'm rendering Oculus mirror. So let me turn that off and I'm gonna tell you what did that change for me. Actually didn't give it that much more headroom whatsoever. Maybe like 10%. Let me see how it behaves again on the grid. Well, yeah, I don't see those dips obviously. Yeah. But obviously you guys want to see stuff. It's actually not that big of a hit. You're dropping right off. Oh yeah, so it's actually costing me quite a bit. So depends if I turn on or off the reshade that I have on the cruiser. Not much. Okay, so let me try one more thing. I'm gonna now turn that off. Render the game at half resolution. But for that obviously I need to restart the whole thing. But since I'm doing that, then I'm gonna put pixel density here to 2. And let's see how that's gonna work. Is FPS good? No. I'll have to play around with settings. It's the thing that I have absolutely no idea, and I don't remember what I used to use in this, and I wasn't really pushing the settings whatsoever earlier. Now I'm just trying to see how it is gonna be, but I have very little expectations. And I just don't know what to do settings wise. So yeah, this looks definitely different now, because it's half the render resolution and then pixel density twice. So this is the thing I used to do in ACC. But it's not bad either, but it's just also LMU is just such an old and easy to run engine in VR that LMU in VR is so much better. Funnily enough, I don't have any problems in terms of now like Oculus Mirror lagging. For example, yeah, this is a little better density and clarity. Wait, why is it this not FSR? I thought I would put it on FSR. Fuck's sake. Okay, time to restart it again. Although, let me try a brief performance test before. I could try and see also, is DLSS in VR available? Technically, yes. So if I put it to balanced DLSS, is it gonna actually like... Yeah, it's technically is gonna work. Obviously right now everything is ridiculously blurry. So let me try that. So we're gonna use FSR upscaling to like, no, actually, no, so screw this, screw that. Upscaling off. So everything off here. I need to restart again. Trust the process. Trust the process. And let's try 1.5. And use DLSS. Which, who knows which DLSS version is that? Actually, is Nvidia app is gonna like recognize the game as or like DLSS model preset latest. Actually use different settings. Super resolution, preset K. That's what I want. Okay, and play. Oh fuck, I didn't launch it in VR, did I? Oh fuck's sake. Stupid. No, video. So this is just medium preset with balanced DLSS at super sampling 1.5. I just hit my head against the fucking wheel ahead of me. Yeah, that I remember that was a thing. They did a patch for that. Are they still messed up? I remember they were like different for one eye, different for another. That's fixed. So that is fixed. I haven't done driving yet, right? But this is not inspiring confidence. Like, I don't remember struggling to get FPS that badly. And with DLSS in VR, there's a... Wait, what the fuck? Okay, so with DLSS in VR, okay, no, this is screwed. I only now realize it while... like, in my right eye is like blurred out with DLSS and my left eye isn't. So it's like one eye is either downscaled, like either both eyes are downscaled, but then only one of them is upscaled, or one eye is just with normal resolution. I mean, because this looks like left eye looks amazing. Like my left eye right now looks amazing, and right eye looks like a complete blob. And right eye is laggy, while left eye is smooth. This is weird. Okay, so DLSS is not the way to go. So I have no idea. I don't remember what filming anti-aliasing works and in which way it smooths out the thing stuff. Well, I turned off the DLSS, but it still does that weird thing where my maybe just like the position of my headset on my head. Well, not really. Maybe to a certain no. My left eye is genuinely higher resolution than the right eye. Now I don't really know. What? AI in this game is ridiculous. Like, brother, there's literally just a miata space and he just went for it. What the hell? Okay, so maybe I should screw the idea of super sampling and just if I put it to 0, is the same as 1? I don't remember. Yes. So screw it. No super sampling. Let's try that. Okay. I don't know. Maybe the thing that I have for OpenXR toolkit is somehow costing me tons of performance. I mean, I am streaming with that Oculus mirror, right? So now we're gonna easily see the performance headroom because the game is just basic resolution of anti-aliasing off, medium settings, right? Yeah. So this shit right now is blurry as fuck, and obviously it's also at the very edge of what. But I also noticed it's at the start of when the pits are there. I don't know how much that cost me performance, because right here, like, it's 90, and that headroom is weird because the headroom just jumps around. Then this downhill, I drop FPS here. Oh, this is blurry. Not really blurry, but pixelated now. Obviously, no anti-aliasing. Okay. Maybe I need to reinstall the game and like delete all the old files because I had that OpenXR toolkit. Well, I don't remember how does one like where is it installed and stuff. But yeah, let's try it, because this is ridiculous. Like, this is technically just default resolution of Oculus CV1, and it's like struggling to hit 90. So what's like the GPU usage? The GPU usage is around 90. So this is quite ridiculous. Oh yeah, you're right. So what was it? OpenXR Toolkit companion app. I'm just gonna disable it completely. Yeah, that is basically the current thing. I'm just gonna keep it minimized, whatever. I'm tempted to also let's try first without it, but I'm tempted to try like deleting some of the files and DLLs that are there in the game folder and just see how that goes. Okay, well that performance headroom looks more promising right now, at least. Because obviously I can't use it anymore, right? Yeah, it's not responding to OpenXR commands. Oh yeah, GamerMaster is loving life right now. He's doing the biggest menu stream possible. Okay, so at least right now I'm on the grid with 90 FPS this time around, which is better. Well, I could also just go to the single screen and enjoy the update there, right? But a VR update phase 2 is something that we need to test. Even on medium settings, the grass is... there's a lot of grass. Which again, James is gonna enjoy. But this is medium settings. It's surprising that right now I have that that opposite effect that I have in LMU, where my game is struggling for FPS, but this time around, even though there's basically no performance headroom for Oculus Mirror has absolutely no problems of being rendered quite smoothly and being streamed to OBS quite smoothly, and even though for me it's looking, you know, blurry and lags a bit, for you guys the stream is probably quite decent right now. Apart from the content of it, right? The content of it is absolutely boring because it's just a menu stream. Okay, so that's interesting. It's a shame that we have a bit of performance issue, but no lie, this is really disappointing. Because, I mean, right now I'm rendering at that's true. Okay. I mean, this just makes it look smooth, but maybe that thing needs to be off. Maybe. Hi, Octavian. Yeah, I like VR step 2, okay, but like, what actually changed? Are there stuff in VR that I can change, like VR pixel density in game? Like, we had that basic functionality in ACC, but there's nothing of it here. Like word scale, you still can't really change that. What about just being able to change your basic seating position in the car, which I think I can do with the arrows, but at the same time that moves the HUD in VR in a way, like, and it's reversed as well, right? So if I move my seat back, the HUD is going like, I don't know if you can see it on the stream. You can kind of see it, right? So I'm moving back, so naturally the HUD is going, I'm going away from the HUD as well, right? But notice that this HUD is like, if you take the dash of the car as a reference, right? Now that HUD is going into the dash, and now that HUD is going away from the dash. But that at the same time changes the actual seating position, and it's reversed, and it's so weird. This is the same as I do side to side. Now I'm just changing the seating position with the arrows. It's so annoying. And with page up, page down, yeah, now you can see, like, what the fuck? This is and I don't think I'm able to like reset sitting position unless I restart the session. Well, I mean, no, because I can move the HUD around on the plane that it's at, right? Because it's on a certain plane in this 3D space, right? And with the arrows, I'm moving where that plane is, but with the same arrows at the same time, I'm changing my sitting position, and it looks just really weird. Because obviously on the single screen, like, you know, your HUD is just on a screen, but here I have a controls that are controlling two things at the same time, and they're also doing it in opposite directions. Like, me pressing back moves my seat back, and at the same time moves the HUD away from me. Right? And now if I'm moving the seat forward, like, I'm moving a bit forward in the seat, and then on top of that, the HUD is going closer to me. Like, on top of me already getting closer to the HUD because the seat is more forward, right? This is so weird, and it goes the same with up and down. I go down, so I go down in the seat, and this is not reversed, but you can see that, like, multiplication happening, that on top of that, the HUD is going somewhere down, together with me going down. Right? Okay, let's play around with the setting more. Let's just get it to where I can have basic 90 FPS, so we can test new cars and just have fun. One thing, I'm gonna put it to full screen, because you never know, maybe this is what is gonna make it perform good. Is Oculus Mirror still... Yeah, Oculus Mirror is still actually not lagging. That's good. But I don't think, Octavian, that I don't remember. I could be here completely wrong. It could be that I'm just waffling and I mapped it wrong. But I think one of those controls is like there by default, and I can't really change any of it, you know? No, I didn't do any of it. I tried using the... yeah, I know, but I don't want to do that because it gives me PTSD, because I used to drive with very small when I tried running my ACC back in the day in VR on a laptop, I used to drive with half of vertical FOV. So I had like a strip of what I could see. It was like driving in a helmet, right? But like yeah, but like it was to the extreme. And now I got the new GPU. I started driving with finally full field of view, and that gives and seeing more to the side. It gives you just more visual information. It makes me be more connected to the car. When I shrink that vertical FOV, even though that's stuff that you don't necessarily need to see, it like gives you less of information, just of the space that you're in, and it just affects my driving. So if I can get 90 FPS without doing that thing, I don't want to do that. But I'll try. I will try. I can maybe shrink it, you know, to not just be exactly like you say. I can try something like 0808 because I remember I used to drive with 09, 05 or 04 even, and that looked ridiculous. But obviously, like it's literally like rendering that less than half of the resolution. So running ACC back in the day in VR on a laptop was a challenge. So yeah, let me try putting that. Actually work decent with 4x sharp apply, and I'm gonna restart the game with what you say. Even though I will get the PTSD, but I'm gonna have to live with it. Well, you say that, Octavian, right? Because that's the idea behind it. But like technically what you're saying, that sentence makes absolutely logical sense, right? But then in practice, it just doesn't work for whatever reason. It's like there's just darkness, shadow realm, darkness of doom. There's nothing there, right? And it just somehow makes you feel like you're supposed to see something that will make you feel connected, that yes, the car is there in my peripheral vision, and I can't feel it around me anymore, even though I see it on the side. I have a 4090, so we're working with decent hardware here, and so that's why I'm quite disappointed so far with the performance. Let's go to extreme 0905. Well, yeah, you say that, but at the end of the day, it is resolution. %% performance increase. Okay, so I think you are able to see right now that the FOV is cropped a little bit. Yeah, you can see that. Well, obviously the HUD goes to the edge, which is good. I mean, right now the performance should be absolutely ridiculous. Also, at some point, ACC, when I was doing that, I was able to change the vertical FOV and horizontal FOV like on the fly. Let me see if I can still do that in here, or if it's not update. I don't think it is updating, is it? I don't think it is. As I have to go back into the. Nah, it isn't updating. Yeah, I just want to get the performance right in VR first. Let us do the stress testing first, which is boring as fuck, I understand. But I just want to get it done so I can have a baseline of... Why is the performance headroom not even that much higher? Shift. Maybe it's just the way that performance headroom is shown is just because up motion to photon latency is definitely a lot better. Wow, performance drops. What? This is ridiculous. I mean, I'm rendering the game at some ridiculously low resolution right now. Like for a 4090, this is like now ridiculously low resolution. I mean, didn't I just restart the game? I don't remember, but I'm pretty certain that I just restarted the game right now, right? I just chose the medium preset in game, put the anti-aliasing to a bit higher, and just restart the game. Should I put the rendering pool to like something different? And that's the thing, like theoretically, I can see everything that I would need in VR. Like sure, not seeing the roof is not a big problem, but just the stuff that I don't see right here in VR, because it's also black for me right now with the black bars, right? It just feels off. Like I just don't have that natural connection to the car being around me. It like tunnel visions me into just seeing and focusing only on what's ahead, which is not a bad thing, because it's like makes my vision focus easily on what's far ahead, but it just gives me that weird feeling that I don't feel fully connected to what's underneath me as a car. It's me waffling at this point, right? But no, but this is really weird. Like, why the fuck is this going to dropping to 80 something FPS with latency going to 40? This should be unacceptable. Yeah, I know that, like, that's not my point. The like, sure, it's not really important, but at the end of the day, that's what VR gives you, that you have a depth comparison of what's close to you, what's around you, and what's in the distance. And me placing a car in that 3D space goes from me looking forward and focusing at it and comparing it to the just visually to what's right around me, and I just can see with the edge of my eye and my peripheral vision. And if I see very little, I mean, I went to extreme, right? Because I can barely see. I can literally see what you see on the stream. You can see literally the black bars around, right? So this is what I see. And with it being real size, like my dash below me, like I can barely see it. and the rest just feels weird, being just a dark hole, pure nothingness. It's just like a mental blockade, right? Because you're completely right while saying it's not really important. I mean, at the end of the day, I used to drive like that the whole time. But the more you see around you, like, it's just a positive. There's a reason why you drive on a triple screen, on a big triple screen. And why is it still superior than an ultra wide? Yeah, like if it's out of necessity, you can definitely get used to it. Don't get me wrong, but I always look at it also from the perspective that I used to drive like that, and I am an esport driver, so I'm looking at it from the perspective of looking at it in like what's the competitive aspect of it, right? And I just want to see a bit more. I want to feel the car underneath me a bit more. It's not that I don't feel the car underneath me, but it's just not as much as I can or as I could with more seeing it more in the peripheral. So, no, like those frame drops to 70, this is horrible. And it's a shame that the tires are also old. There doesn't seem to be any. Like, why? Like, they're surely working on some tires. It's a 0-2 update. There are new cars. Why not just do, even if it's not properly finished and properly tested, why won't Kunos release more physics changes to the game that are already being worked on? Like, it doesn't have to be finished, just give us what you have so you can also get the feedback on what you're already working on. It's been so long, it's been multiple months. I don't care that what you have isn't like 100% finished, it's probably 80% finished. Let us see that 80% and those 2 steps forward that you made, and I don't care about that other half step backwards that you made and you're trying to iron it out without releasing it. It's early access, just give us those 2 steps forward and you're gonna deal with the half of the step backwards, or even 1 step backwards. Because it's just an iteration on its way, but it would be nice to experience it and see it in an early access and potentially get some feedback on it. Hello? Where is the reverse? Okay, there's the reverse, never mind. Well, yeah, that's true, but I think it would be still better overall, Octavian, because it wouldn't be a step backwards, it would be only an improvement. So, like, sure, there would be content creators making clickbait opinions on the tire model, but it's not like they have to really care about it, but they can also release it to like someone like me, or well, Niels is now involved in in the development or you know, but like someone like Niels who would make a video like that and drive those cars and focus on how they're actually behaving and reacting, which I focus a lot when we're done with this sort of testing of just performance, right? There's 2 sides to the coin. I agree with you, but I still think it, like, you release the game in early access, give us the fucking early access. Okay. settings, video, texture, pool size, medium. Octavian, should I put it to different stuff? What should I put texture, pool size at? Volumetrics, low. Well, that's not that. And before it was actually some rendering some random depth of field the whole time. Okay, let's restart. Also video. I'm just gonna put it to this, just in case I'm... Jesus. Launching and quitting that game just completely makes the whole thing stutter. Okay, let's try 108 just to get that, because I still 75, because now it's gonna struggle. 75, and that's that. Could be. I mean, it is a big project, and at the end of the day, it is gonna be fairly profitable for them, because I know that they know how to make this. It's just that they're gonna have a lot of problems on the way, because at the end of the day, they're trying to create the game from scratch. So... Yeah. That's why I'm happy to, as a end consumer of it, just let them cook, right? I would like as specific. I would like to specifically get more tire model updates to test out, right? Because I know they're cooking. Well, this performs relatively okay, so I'll probably just leave it at that, and we'll try for now with something like this. How's the VR 2.0? Would I say disappointing? But I mean, it looks good, it's immersive, it looks nice, but it's hard to run. And it doesn't seem to like resolution, which is not good for VR because VR relies a lot on the resolution. But I'm used to blurry stuff in VR, so I can cope with that. I mean, you can see what I can see, so it looks quite decent. You can see it a bit more in a colorful way with the reshade on the Oculus mirror. But obviously, without streaming, without the Oculus mirror, I will get another maybe 20% of performance. It's not bad. It's demanding, but I think there is an improvement throughout. So yeah, this performs good enough for me to say that it's time to do a 360 and check out other cars. And get this performance metric away from here. And for that I need to alt tab out of a full screen application, so it's gonna tank. Okay, let's get actual driving in. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, there we go. Actually, one more thing. I see that you can't see the Oculus mirror fully, and I wonder why. Now we can see it fully. Sometimes I just need to like resize it or reload its proper size. Yeah, it works. Bam, bom dia. So, new cars. Also, I see the way that those cars are rendered on the previews is really nice. I already added to my garage, obviously, a S2000 to live my dream of owning one day. And probably a similar spec would be cool as fuck. Okay. Well, I don't know too much about it, Octavian, for me to really judge. But what you're saying makes sense. And obviously it makes sense considering that, like you said, that's just the tales of trying to make your own engine from the scratch. So, all vehicles. We have few new cars to try out. So it's gonna be Alfa Romeo 75 Turbo Evoluzione, old little Giulia GTA. We're gonna have potentially some improvements to Camaro. I'd like to try the 296 again, because I don't know, maybe they changed something in it. New Lotus, new NSX, which is definitely gonna be something that I'm gonna have some fun in. Old Miata, and obviously 911 Turbo. So before we're gonna come to that, I think we're gonna go from the top of the list, just one by one, test it out. And we have new tracks as well. So would be cool if there was like a VR specific way how you can like walk around the cars and spectate them in VR. I don't think graphically it's anything different, but performance is a little bit better. Look, it's early access game. It's nothing crazy, but it looks nice and it drives nice. And I think this is another update where it's very similar. This should be the initial release of early access. This should be that rather than that previous one, right? So still treat it as a very early version of the game, very early release. But before I proceed even further, I need to do one more thing. I'm gonna have to move the chat ever so slightly, because it annoys the fuck out of me that it's constantly blocking my view of the menu. So you're gonna end up here, my guys. I'm just gonna have to look over a bit more. Well, multiplayer is non-existent. This is basically for now just a driving simulator. Not racing simulator. You want to pick a car, racetrack, have some fun with it. It's great for that. It looks good. It's gonna at some point sound decent. Some cars sound really decent. Some cars sound awful because those sounds are just placeholders for now. Bear in mind, it's just mid development, and yeah, I'm gonna use Donington for now, but maybe full GP track, and I'll put it without any other cars on the track. 6:30 a.m. No assists, no nothing. Let's get on the track. Original AC, physics-wise, is like... It depends on the mod. Like, some of the cars in original Assetto are done to the point that you can't get better in sim racing. You just can't. They're exceptional. They also are a great base that you can implement a very basic car and it just works. Because AC Evo physics engine captures the basic and the essence of driving experience so perfectly. Like, it just does it amazingly and it gets so close. But it struggles with all those other little details because it just doesn't simulate them. So it just depends, right? And stuff with custom shaders patch and using all that stuff that gives you other physics that custom shaders patch implemented and mods properly using it. Like, you're gonna have some singular cars that perform, but you know, you're gonna have content that just varies hugely in terms of the quality. They're all gonna drive a bit differently. You don't really know what's accurate, right? And at least with a product like that, at least you have one singular vision, and it's arguably a more complete physics engine, right? And probably when mods are gonna come out, I would expect that mods for ACFO are gonna be really impressive when people are gonna start tinkering with how you can implement a very well implemented car very realistically and feeling really realistically into ACFO. It's gonna take time. Okay, let's get fucking driving at last. Because for whatever reason, by default, I sit inside man's neck. On default, I sit also on vintage tires. What's the steering rotation on this? This goes to... Oh, the beauty now of changing the steering angle for every single fucking car. Well, it should be 1080, right? Wait, how is it not? Oh wait, that's bump stop range. Fuck. That's just 900, isn't it? Yeah, maybe like 910. Ugh. Right? Yeah. And this is still an emerging product that, like, if you would compare this to a basic Assetto Corsa, like try to compare this to a basic Assetto Corsa that came out in 2014. Don't compare it to the Assetto Corsa that we have now. Compare this to what Assetto Corsa as a base game is in its 2014 format, right? Try to think about that. Like, the difference is night and day. Like, original Assetto Corsa has nothing on this even early version of AC Evo, right? So, as a canvas, this is gonna be amazing. But obviously, like, sure, it's gonna have, right now, it's gonna struggle to be performantly optimized for new hardware, for old hardware, sorry. But anything is, like, Assetto Corsa Competizione was, when it came out, very bad game to get performance out of it. And now you're looking at it, and ACC just runs smoothly on medium settings for majority of the hardware that, you know, you could even sometimes call outdated, looking at some lower SKUs of like a 30 series cards, right? That back then weren't even available. So let's start fucking driving. What do we have? Pressures, camber adjustments on the front, toe adjustment on the front, and we have vintage tires, eco tires, and road tires. Nice sound. Well, I don't remember when AC1 was new, because then I didn't really have a PC to even run it, but yeah, old car. Like, this looks really good. Like, okay, those shadows in the background being rendered looks kind of goofy, right? But just like, as a scene, volumetrically as well, it looks nice. Like, bro, this just looks so nice, and the car model is like really well detailed, and I can feel underneath me the tire moving in such a supple way, and working on both the contact patch and the sidewall. And sure, when you start pushing through the limit, it's still not quite there yet in terms of very accurately behaving, which Assetto Corsa originally, like I said, captures that essence of how the car moves on the limit and past the limit very nicely. But it's the essence, but not the exact movement of the contact patch, of the sidewall. That's not there. And it's here. You can feel the tire doing so much more work, but because there's so much more work that the tire is doing. Oh wait, this is the different version of the truck. But because there's so much more happening with the tire itself, well, it's way more difficult for the devs to get it right and make it balanced and make that tire model that they're trying to get. This has ABS. This has this has ABS. Interesting. It's more difficult for them to get the model right. So the same model, you just put in numbers and it simulates any tire, right? And that's the thing with AC mods, right? You have mods that you just play around with numbers for every single car specifically. It's like Assetto Corsa modders are creating a different tire and different car completely for every single time, right? Just so it feels right, it drives right, it performs right. This isn't really that. They are creating a physics engine that where you just put the car in terms of the numbers, there's the car, right? There's tons of work for them to do right now, engine-wise and physics-wise, and then at some point it's gonna start being just you put in numbers, it works. You put in numbers, it works. There's gonna be some cars that are gonna show some other problems with the physics engine on the way that take it to extreme, right? And they're gonna, using those, iron out the whole engine. But that's the thing, as holistically it's gonna, I think, have potential to work really good with multiple of different vehicles types, while for example LMU in comparison, yesterday on the stream you saw, like I just jumped into a few different GT3 cars after not driving them for a long time, after driving a hypercar. Those cars feel completely different one to another. They're driving in a completely different way. The tires that they're using are behaving in a completely different way. It's like driving two completely different sims, right? Whilst here I can feel that those are completely different cars with completely different characteristics and behaviors, but they're still like driving within the same set of physics and very similar rules apply to them. This is, by the way, super fun. I think cars like that are really nice to drive in VR as well, because even though they're slow, in a game like this, where, like I said, you can feel so much with the tires moving around and contact patch doing so much work and sidewall moving doing so much work, you can just feel so much suppleness happening underneath. Even though, like, if you were just considering as like theoretical excitement this car should give you in terms of just like the speed it's going through the corners and the performance giving out, like it shouldn't be as fun in the game because you're not part of the experience. Yet there's so much happening with the car and there's so much subtle stuff happening with the tire that you can feel in the force feedback, and the movement of the car is really nice, and how the tires controls the mass above it, that even this kind of driving is just really enjoyable with a slow car. This is what really is impressive for me with the new Assetto Corsa, with Assetto Corsa Evo, that there's so much happening with the tire that slow cars are fun. So I think they released a great set of cars to give us that exact experience that I think is impressive in this game. Yep. So it's gonna be interesting for me to try that GT2 Maserati that's on the other side of the spectrum, because that's probably gonna be a bit more problematic, but those slow cars are fucking amazing. Like, this is just some random old Alfa Romeo that I don't really care about. Yay! One wheel peel on the exit with no differential. Okay, that's really nice. That's really nice. Let's try some other cars. Let me read the chat for once. Okay. Yeah, NSX 964 definitely, probably two cars that I'm most looking forward most in that update. But like I said, we're going alphabetically from the top to the bottom from what we have in here, and then at last I'm gonna probably try again the Chevy and maybe Ferrari, because I'm just intrigued how they compare to what they used to do. Okay, Giulia. We have standard and then design 2 and design 1. Oh, it looks so lovely. What a car. It's just, think about conceptually the cars that used to be done in like 60s and 70s. Look at it as an object. Fucking hell. It's so beautiful. There was just a different mentality and different way of how people were just creating things like that. Because obviously it's a very it's a hot rod tuned up version of Giulia, right? So it looks a lot nicer, but even just a standard version of that alpha is just such a small beautiful thing. Should I try Kota? Nah, that doesn't really fit that Kota. Good old British racetrack really suits it, so let's keep on driving on Donington. Let's see how it's gonna look at like Sunset or something. I didn't. Ooh, that's nice. I didn't try DLSS yet on the screen. I tried using it in VR, and in VR it looks weirdly broken. I also noticed that in VR, it appears for me like the left eye is more sharp and the right eye is more blurry. Not as noticeable right now, but whatever. Maybe I need to clean the lenses a bit, but I swear the right eye is not as sharp as the left one. What do we have in terms of setup? Similar stuff, actually. Okay, so no tire selection. So I wonder what tire I'm here right now at. Quite high pressure, is 28 psi base. Such a small little thing. Look how small it is. Okay, see you, man. What's the steering rotation on that? Like something below 900. Okay. Because I'm gonna be tabbing out of the game a lot, I'm just gonna screw it. I don't really care about the. Let's see if I'm still gonna get the same FPS and no stutters if I get it out of full screen mode. Because I just need to like alt up here and there to change like the steering rotation. Yeah, a bit less. 830? 830, close enough. Close enough, and just obviously get the seating position right. I also noticed that a lot of the cars, the camera is pitched down by default compared to like looking horizontally by like 4 to sometimes even 10 degrees in some cars. So I always move it a bit that, and obviously you can see that I'm sitting in the wrong position. And now that I see more like where the actual seat is, it emphasizes even more how small of the car is in VR. Okay. Well, right now I don't feel like using the DLSS, so I'll just drive with that. We have decent performance. The game is looking sharp enough and good enough. So let's just use that. Oh my god, this thing is so cute and lovely. Let's listen to it. Oh, that sounds so nice. I actually want more volume. I want more volume. Let's listen to those cars. Could be a bit excessive, but who cares? Okay, so it puts it on vintage tires. I wonder if they are... if they are radial tires even or not. I think they are not even radial tires. Like, look at this view. It's fucking... although the shadows are doing the weird thing, right? But that view in VR just looks fucking amazing. Yeah, I don't think those are radial tires. ABS. Fuck. Thank you. Please. Just drives in a completely different way. To rotate in a different way. You just trust the tire that it will stick. Just get it in, slide it, and there's grip, there's grip. And you have to put it and drive. Oh, this is completely different driving style. That's good. Learn how to properly push this. This is a lot of slip on the rear, like it should with vintage cars. Those vintage tires are like that. Way too much speed. Oh yeah, Suzuka Sector 1 in this would be really nice. paper. But you just need to rotate it and then it grips. Wasn't there... Were they saying that they added also a gearbox damage? So if I... What if I start doing some stupid shit? I don't know. Yeah. That's cool. How will replays look in VR? I wonder. Okay. So at least there's that. That's an improvement, that I can spectate cars somewhat. I can save a replay if I want to. Really nice. Next. What's the next we have on the list? NSX. It's gonna be nice. Ooh. Add to garage. Whoa. What kind of customization we have for that? Obviously normal body colors, Formula Red, Championship White, Grand Prix White, Silver Pearl, Sebring Silver, another Silver, Charlotte Green. It's a really cool color. Very 90s. Monte Carlo Blue Pearl. Obviously Championship White all day long. Console trim in carbon fiber. Oh yeah. I didn't know that was an option for Type R. Also, this is gonna be fun experience driving because I have that exact steering wheel ahead of me. Momo Tuner. It's the exact steering wheel I have for it. Wait, what? Let me move my microphone closer to me. Maybe now I'm gonna be better in terms of volume. Well, I set the game volume to quite high, but this should still work normally. I mean, OBS showing me that my volume is quite normal. Okay, and now we have 15-16 tires, but we can also opt for the bigger ones from the facelift version from the later car, but those are just so nice. Also, going back to like car design, right? In the 60s, obviously those cars were different, but like this still looks like completely different from the 60s that in terms of compared to that is just modern styling. But also look how 15s and 16s tire wise, they don't look like small tires. They complement the look of the car completely well. It's not like you need some ridiculous tire size to make the car look nice, which I think is really weird with the modern cars, that they rely too much, the design of the car relies too much on the wheels being cartoonish, and it's not like those wheels don't fit the car. They fit the car perfectly. They go along with the design, and I really like that about some of the old cars. Somewhere in the 2010s, late 2010s, even a bit earlier, the car designs started going in a weird direction with the wheels. I really don't like that. It used to be simpler and better. Enough waffling on my part. Let's drive it. I don't know, maybe like middle of the day. Although this car asks to be tested at Suzuka. I think you will agree. There we go. So, what tires do we have at offer here? We have, again, vintage tires, which I would assume that it's a vintage tire, but like it's a different vintage tire than the one that we had on the alfa. So let's test on that. Quite low camber by default, but let's go with that. They seem to go with the settings that are quite similar to what the default setup for the car out of the factory was when it was new. Okay, steering rotation fixed for the car. And also I need to fix, did I just close Oculus mirror? I think I did, sorry. Here, it should be back in a sec. Again, I'm sitting, I look down, but I look inside my body. The default sitting position is quite weird. Okie dokie. I heard some good stuff about that car. Let's see. Nice. Ooh. Very responsive engine. Top end to the engine. Straight away, quite a bit heavier steering than other cars, because this is a manual rack in the car, isn't it? Just as I remember, it's a bit. There are a few frame drops in sector 1 of Suzuka. The sun. Oh, on throttle it rotates so nicely. Is there traction control? There is traction control. Oh, it responds so nicely on throttle. Let me turn off traction control. Well, there is no turbo in this. This is pure NA V-Tech engine. Fifth gear. Is this only a 5-speed gearbox? Yeah, that's why 50 is so long. Front of this car is so nice. Sound is still a bit too goofy, but speedometer going past 180, like, wait, where is it? Ah, okay, it did hit the stopper, I think. I want to see what this car is gonna feel like on newer tires. This is good. This is good. Considering that, from what I understand, if this is not a newer tire model, it feels a bit different, but it could be because of how the car with a differential is using that tire. Tough to put my finger on it. Let's try it on a road tire, or like right, a new tire, right, not a vintage tire. Speeding in the pit lane. So this is great. Not only there's obviously more grip, but straight away you can feel that the tire underneath is also behaving in a different way, especially for a corner like that, where I'm just leaning on the tire and the sidewall is working through the bumps, right? Not necessarily in the middle of the corner, in the middle of the slide, but how you're going into the corner when you're loading up the tire and the sidewall is working and flexing. And you can feel that this tire behaves in a completely different way, and there's way more the way it flexes is different. It's like the sidewall is more stiff, or not necessarily stiff, but you in like a modern tire there's a more definitive job that a sidewall does, and then the contact patch like sticks to the ground in a more refined way, and it's letting the sidewall do its job while it's doing its job at the same time, right? While in an old tire, it's like the whole thing is more mushy, and the contact patch is sliding way more on the surface, and it's less likely to get set into like its optimum slip angle. The old tire is gonna, its slip angle is gonna like vary a lot more, and it's gonna float a bit, while a modern tire is gonna like do a lot better job of just getting into its slip angle. It's not necessarily that its slip angle is slower or less. It's probably a bit less on this tire. Like the slip angle for peak grip, right? But the modern tire is gonna, in a more refined way, work on its own to get into that slip angle as you're loading it up, while the old tire is more likely to just start sliding and feel more sloppy. It doesn't mean that like it's less realistic. That's not what I mean in the terms of refinedness, because that's how it should be. Because that's what modern tires is better at. It's just more refined, I think. I turned off mirrors completely, so they're showing some random specular reflection or whatever. So the modern tire will also always give you that more inherent stability on center, and then it's gonna like at some point slot into a slip angle in a way. While a vintage tire and older tire is gonna start going into its slip angle in a more sloppy and less defined, not really refined, but less defined way. And it's the same like when you, in the early version of ACF, it's probably still the case, when you tried a road tire, but in this road tire, when you tried it, for example, on like a M4 CSL, right? M4 is a super highly capable car, and those tires on that car are also big and they're wide, and then the sidewall on them is very small. So then a road tire, even though on an NSX like that feels a lot more sharp, then you put that tire in comparison on an M4, and then with a very small sidewall, well, this then isn't stiff enough, and then this isn't refined enough, and also thermally it starts being overworked by a lot heavier car that's putting way different loads for a tire that's then wide with a slim sidewall. And then you can see that then that road tire is then overpowered by something like an M4, and then you put a supercar tire, and then you have that another step yet again, where the supercar tire is way more stiffer, way more refined. It slots into slip angle again with completely another level of like definedness. And is way more thermally stable, so it can take more load, while the road tire is just, NSX is not gonna overwork that road tire. I mean, I have a supercar tire available even for that car, I think, right here, right? Yeah, so you can test it. This is gonna feel like an overkill, because this is like putting a modern semi-slick on a car. I think we can even see the model, because I think they modeled it, so you can't really see it. I would have to maybe turn the tires so it's in the light. Yeah, you can. I don't think you can see it on the screen, but it says Toyo on them, and I think here on the side, well, you can see from the tread that it's most likely a Toyo Proxys 888R or something like that. I don't remember how exactly the tire is called, right? If I not replay, stupid. If I put, so that's like a modern semi-slick. If I put road tire on it, you can see it changes to again something different, which I don't know if it will be. If I put a vintage tire on it, it again changes to something different. So that vintage tire, here you can see this is something like this, and I don't know what it says on the side. Well, I can barely see it from this distance in VR. It says Michelin on it. So it could be some old Michelin. I don't know what rubber was that car, what tire was that car on from the factory. So I can only really make out a Michelin sign on it, but I don't see the rest. You'd have to look at it in detail on the screen. Right, so that is a old vintage tire. Then on this particular, in this particular scenario, the road tire is then probably either a modern Toyo tire again, or a modern Michelin tire. Where is it? I don't see the sign anymore. I don't see any lettering on that. There is some, but just too low resolution to see it. But you can see it's a more modern road tire. This looks like a typical road tire, and then that other supercar tire, so to say, refers to just like a modern semi-slick that you would put on a performance car, but obviously in game, I don't know what physics-wise it's modeled as, but at least visually is modeled as a Toyo Proxys something 888. I don't remember the name of that tire, but it's Toyo 888R something. So I mean, I would assume if they went and modeled it like that, then it is supposed to at least behave like a tire like that, right? So it's gonna be like a semi-slick that's again way more stiffer on the sidewall, and you can straight away notice how much more responsive the car is on center. But it's still a semi-slick, so, and the car is still a soft road car from the 90s, as much as Type R is a hardcore version of it. And you can see that the operating window for that tire is way higher, because yes, I stood in the pit lane for a bit, but just visually you can see that the tire is technically cold, right? As well as the vintage and the road tire, just out of rolling resistance, and even standing in the pit lane for a bit, it was just straight away in the operating window and was technically warm, and then as I was sliding it was straight away getting overworked. I think the sets of physics, I don't know what was tweaked, but it drives fairly similarly. Traction control. But that's not the bad thing. It's like I would like to see some changes just to see. Yeah, and you can see how this tire just works and digs into the road even when I power slide out of the corner. And there's just so much more stability, and the tire over here, the bumps in that corner throughout it. Let me go to the replay, because now we have the replay tool, so I can use the replay. Here through that corner here, you can feel how through those bumps right here, as the car goes through a compression, you can even see in my steering wheel movement that the tire is working and there's stuff happening right here. And it's beautiful how you can sense between different tires, how the road tire just flows through it and the whole car goes like airborne a little through the bump, and the suspension is taking it, but the tire has like hard time in a consistent way. The sidewall of the tire has a hard time on a consistent in a consistent way control the contact patch of the tire, and it's just like wobbling around there, right? And then in a supercar tire, here you can feel how those stiffer sidewalls, but it's not only that they're stiffer, but they are able to give you so much more stability, and the car is so much more connected to that road right now. Yeah, I mean, LMU is the way that cars slide past the slip angle in both games isn't anything amazing, but like this is just on another level of refinedness. How the tire just at a basic level works physically in terms of how it loads up, how it flexes, how the sidewall moves around, how the contact patch moves around, right? This game has that part of the tire model modeled to the next level compared to any other sim. The way you can feel the sidewall move, the way you can feel the contact patch move around when the tire is not really sliding yet, just on your way to the slip angle and right past it. You can feel amazing things in the force feedback in this game, and there you can feel that the whole chassis of the car and together with that sidewall and contact patch are moving in really beautiful way, and you can't feel it in any other scene. And then past that, you can argue that maybe in some situation it's still not enough load sensitive with the grip it's giving you in certain situations, and the grip fall off maybe in certain situations is not fast enough, and in certain situations it's too fast. I still think it's not fast enough, right? So for those big grip changes, I would like to see more happening in the tire, right? The fall off sometimes to be a bit more. The complaints are still the same that were in the 0.1 version of the game, but I'm just not sure if they even did anything to the tire. But under the limit, how it behaves, oh my god, this is something else, and it's amazing. Yeah. But you are completely right that the FFB feels a bit numb, because all of those movements that the tire is moving are really subtle, and because there's tons of it happening at the same time, a lot of them are kind of cancelling themselves out a little bit. So to really appreciate them, you need to turn all the filtering, like all the damping, completely off. Minimize also the dynamic damping that you're using, so you can feel it at speed. I wouldn't turn it completely off. Some people say you should turn it completely off. I wouldn't turn it completely off. And then turn up the force field like a bit higher, and not to wrestle with the wheel, but with light hands on the wheel, then try to feel out how that wheel is then dancing in your hands with having really light grip on the wheel, right? And I agree that what you feel in the steering wheel is a bit numbed down, but I can feel that past that, behind that numbness that is in the force feedback, the tire behavior itself is really good, right? Well, for example, in LMU, it's somewhat different. Like force feedback so direct with certain things, right? With certain things, force feedback is so direct with like some of the bumps and some of the little jitters that are happening in the tire. It's so pronounced, and it's like almost overly pronounced. But then when I'm trying to feel out how the actual sidewall is doing, what it's doing and how it's flexing, there's none of it. The tire is so dead, and then it just gets into a slip angle, and I can't feel any of it. And all I can sense is just some basic self-aligning torque that's there, but it's like obviously so pronounced because the car is going into a ridiculous slip angle in LMU, right? And in this, there's none of it. And stuff like here, when you're going through that corner, and right here, the car goes into compression, there's some bumps, and the whole chassis together with suspension, and especially the tire, with how it bounces, and there is that up and down movement of the car throughout those bounces, and then it also does that through the compression when there's energy going into the car. You can feel how much is happening with the tire as it's loaded up ever so slightly laterally, and it's working in a vertical way, right? This is beautiful in this game so far. I love AC Evo. I really love AC Evo just for casual driving and having fun in it. This car is really nice. Let's continue going through the list of cars and testing different new stuff, and then, like I said, we're gonna get to all vehicles. Then we're gonna get to some testing of the new Maserati, which I'm gonna leave at last because that's on Racing Slicks and it's a lot more stiffer car. For now, I just want road cars. So we saw Honda. Now it's gonna be Exige and Miata. So Exige, Miata, RSR, and then that. So let's go. Exige, two-tone exterior, black edition, and two-tone exterior with carbon fiber upgrade kit. The black edition looks quite mean. I don't like black cars usually, but damn, that looks quite nice. I need to add it to garage so the customization gets enabled for me. I want to look at that. What do we have available for the car? Obviously, black edition only has black version. It's very basic on the interior, and it's Again, almost the same wheel. Diamond cut or painted. I don't like diamond cut wheels. Painted are a lot nicer. And then we have. Ooh, okay. It could come together with a spark wheel, carbon fiber side skirts, carbon fiber diffuser. Holy. No, those are canards. Carbon fiber canards. Lotus Motorsport exhaust kit. Yep, let's put that on. Let's drive this baby. Let's go back to Donington. Let's go back to Donington. And let's see the Donington in the middle of the day. Apparently Maserati is too easy to drive. If not many stuff happened physics-wise, I would expect Maserati to be too easy to drive. Okay. I mean, I still feel that there's a bit of numbness in it, but I think it's also the perspective you're and how well the given car lets you perceive the information that you're getting, because that information that's in the wheel maybe is a bit numb in the way it's in the force feedback. It is physically a numb feeling that you get, but it's the correct feeling, and it's always timed, and there's quite a lot of different information in it, right? So even though all those information coming to you are themselves like quite numb and feel a bit dampened, because at the end of the day the tire is fucking rubber, but there's still correct information in a lot of it, and and it varies depending on what the tire actually does, and the tire itself is very much alive. So in that sense, there's a lot of information, and it's clear, therefore, right? So I don't exactly remember how exactly it was. It was definitely a bit numb. Maybe they did something physics-wise just to make it ever so slightly less numb, and therefore it is a bit less numb. But it feels very realistic. It's not like modern cars, and sitting there is like extremely super sharp and it's like vibrating in your hand literally the whole time, because that's not what's happening. Okay, first let's sit in the proper position. Let's sit in the proper position. No, that's not the slider. What I would love to have in a sim is whenever the car allows for it, customizable, or not customizable, but adjustable steering column. So in VR, I can put the steering wheel where I would like it to be. Whoops. Okay, so this car by default is on a supercar tire, which is again that in this scenario what it's gonna be. I don't see what it is exactly, because it's again shadow, but it is again a different tire. So this time around it would be like a... Okay, there is a P0 sign that I see right there, so it's probably like a Pirelli P0 Corsa tire or something like that, which is road legal, but basically a super semi-slick. And yeah, there's a lot more adjustments in this car. I mean, camber goes to like 3 degrees. And you have a road tire, supercar tire, and hypercar tire. So yeah. Okay. Turn off TC straight away because we don't need it. Yes, the grid. We need grid girls. I mean, if they don't get grid girls, that's gonna be like a very serious offense. I also noticed that some of the cars, there is no way the lighting right here makes sense in the footwell right now. there's a shadow right here on the seat, right? The tracking of my headset goes wild when I look in that direction, right? Because my sensor is right there. But why is there so much light there? There's no way. It doesn't make sense. So I stalled that car. So because if I move it right here, there should be more shadow, right? Technically. Okay, maybe somehow it gets in here through a window. Maybe. It just looks really awkward. And I again stalled it. I again stalled it. Maybe I would have to change like a curve on my clutch to make sure that the bite point is somewhere else. I'm actually gonna do it because I need to adjust the steering rotation for the car anyway. Bear with me. Eight, 10. Close enough. Yeah, it's close enough. And I'm also gonna... I'm just gonna do it through here, it's gonna be easier. I'm gonna put like a different curve on it for the clutch, so... Sensitive? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Come on. So much grip. Well, it's a very capable street car on a very grippy tire, and it's very light, so it feels too much. It feels ever slightly too much, but it's tough to say because I would have to make the setup a lot more aggressive, though. Like screw it, a race car, right? Actually, let's go low pressures. Let's see how the car is gonna be behaving on low pressures. And let's try some high camber. Because why not? I was expecting more playfulness in front of this thing. This thing is hooked up. So this car exhibits a lot of similar problems that I had with the initial release of the game. That it just makes the car seem a bit too forgiving, too stable, and under brakes there is a bit too little playfulness, because it's easy to overwork the tire in a way that I try to make it work in two directional while braking and trail braking, but no matter how much I release the brake, it just releases enough load from the front tire for it to not bite, and ABS just kicks in anyway, and I'm not being able to like properly dig in the front. Which is interesting because the rear is making the opposite, where those are actually two really impressive rev matches. Where the rear tires allows for quite a lot of both at the same time, which is interesting, but the fronts don't. And that creates like a weird disconnect. Let me see if I put a road tire on that, how it's gonna behave on a road tire. And that is too sensitive, so sensitive one. Nice. Now the bite point is somewhat where my a bite point the clutch pedal is. The car feels so stable. When I go on the front, it just lifts the front up and there's so much traction, so I don't like that type of driving. ACC PTSD for Ferrari drivers. This exhibits exact same things that I just didn't like about the original release, which are still there, where the tire is just, well, it's behaving the same way that I has destroyed them many times. It's too forgiving with the rears, and the fronts, it's not about forgiveness, but just the way you can load them up and make them bite. And work with that grip, and here it's like you have to avoid it. Okay, next on the list we had Exige Miata. There's a special version of that, but screw that, let's just go with the standard one. Dual tone interior, that is what I want. Well, some cars, depending on what the car is and how it's behaving, exhibits it more or less. Like NSX, I didn't really feel that in an NSX. I felt that under braking, but then on the throttle I was able to balance the car on the throttle so much more. And with the Exige, I wasn't able to do that whatsoever. With Exige, there's so much traction and there's so much body movement that whenever I go on the throttle, it unloads the front tires, where there's little load on them to begin with, and the car just pushes forward, right, and doesn't grip up. So, and then on the entry, it's difficult for me to make it dig in. While with the NSX, I was able to just get the car into a specific line for the entry. Just timing wise better, without even making it dig in with the fronts. But then I was able to balance it on throughout the corner with the throttle, and it was progressively rotating up throttle as well. So NSX was so much more naturally balanced, while this Exige just wasn't. Okay, now the question is, how many degrees is that? 9,000? Yeah, like 1020, close enough. And view settings as well. Oh, this is so annoying. Why do I have to change so many stuff? Well, this definitely feels like a Miata. I drove one at some point. So I drove an NB, but it was quite a rough shape, but it will give me an idea. Okay. I could test that, but So little power. I mean, you already got to 100 down the hill, right? But then it's so light in the steering as well. So by default, this is on those vintage tires. Those are probably the same as NSX tires. This thing is so slow. Jesus, there's so much grip. I mean, I'm going slow. It was like 80 kph, right? But and then downhill, we're gonna gain amazing speed. I'd like to test that on like a less grippy road with even less grippier tire, because this zone now for now is scooped up. Holy. This car like this is too. This got to the point that it's too slow for the track. It's fun though, yeah. You see, with that car in NSX, I'm able to go on the throttle, just don't lift. Well, I have to lift a little bit, because otherwise I understeer, right? But I can go on the throttle and that kind of actually makes it rotate. Come on! What? There's no way. Oh yeah, I am left braking sometimes. Even though I barely drive cars like that, right? Like a lot. I drive quite often for fun like this, right? But I don't really drive them competitively. But I always found that like I had no problem to just brake with any foot I want whenever. So obviously while downshifting heel and toe, braking with my right foot. But then for a corner like that, I would do it with a left foot, so. Wait, there's a updated. Did they update like the new MX5 as well, the ND cap? Or you're telling me about the different version of this? I was expecting a bit more out of this car, but I think it would shine a lot more on a slower road, and on a road that's also slippier. Okay, okay. Oh wait, so actually let's just modify this. Or no, I can't really do it, can I? Obviously, Momo Racing steering wheel. Come on. What is that? That's probably Momo Racing Monte Carlo. And there's torsion differential. We can go for 30mm anti-roll bar suspension or 20mm. And we have in this one 5-speed gearbox and 1.8 liter engine. Okay, let's try it again on the same track. Well, it didn't give me, like, the option was blacked out. So I guess if I wanted to change the engine, maybe in the standard one I can put 1.8, but I can't take 1.8 out of this one. Yeah, the FPS is definitely better. I mean, right now I'm also streaming and rendering for your Oculus mirrors, which is quite expensive, and putting reshade on it as well, so I am getting a bit of FPS drops here and there, but overall I think performance is improved. Initially I tried it with some crazy pixel density, so the game didn't really like it, but whoa. Okay. You didn't see anything. Nothing happened, nothing to be worried about. I don't use virtual desktop because I'm using Oculus Rift, so I don't need virtual desktop. I could try it later just for fun, launching it on my own on the Quest 2, because I have old Quest 2, but I don't use it for sim racing because of latency. This again on a slow road course will be plenty fun. It has so much more positive front end. I don't know dynamically why that is, but I can feel that it has one. Bam! That's so nice. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, that's the price I pay. That I'm probably leaving like 20% of performance on the table just to capture that for the stream. But the capture looks really nice with the course mirror settings I had and little reshade I put on it. So the look is a bit cinematic. But I think it looks nice. Yeah, obviously like convenient, right? So there's plenty of things to like about Quest, but strictly for PC VR for me, I prefer Rift still, and like I said, better latency. And I just find it more comfortable on my head, less eye strain for me with the OLED screen here. This guy is great fun when you actually get to grips with it. Stock MX-5 was a bit disappointing, but this is actually really fun. Whoops, whoopsie daisy. Okay, it's too much. It's just an alternative pit entry, okay? But yeah, ABS is very sensitive, and I still want the front tires to be able to work. No, I don't want them to be able to work simultaneously in separate directions, like longitudinally and laterally, but I want to be able to load them up more. So when I have them loaded up, then I can extract more performance out of them, and I can pitch the car in more into the corners with the brake. Because right now, I have to rely more on the car naturally, out of its natural balance, rotating into the corner like that, and then controlling it from there and waiting for the car. But it's very difficult. For example, that Exige, that like I couldn't rely on that because the car was inherently so stable, and then on throttle so understeery with just lifting the nose and putting the power down, yes, but just plowing with the front. And I was not able to compensate in any way on the entries by loading with the load transfer on the front end and trailing the brake deep into the corner. It wasn't about working the grip of the tire in simultaneously lateral or longitudinal direction, but I wasn't able to load up the car on the front and use the grip that I gave the front tires by loading them up enough, right? I think there was an agreement that this is just the tire needs to be a tiny bit more alive in that regard, and I think this is still the same compared to initial release. I think well, there nothing really was indicating that would change. Time for this, boys. Kailami, well, we don't really have Kailami yet, right? Okay, single tone interior with a power pack. I already checked some of the customization for that car. So, okay, what do we have here? I'm gonna have... Hello, mouse. Where's my mouse lagging now? Okay. Various array of different body colors. Which are so 90s. But I'll probably go for this, which is... I don't know if it's metallic. Is this called just Ruby Stone? Okay, not Ruby Star. There's a new color that's called Ruby Star. I think that car looks really good in like a burgundy slash deep dark red or purple-ish color. There still isn't a color here that I wanted. I think maybe it was a color that was available only on another Porsche, but it was something more like, it wasn't as metallic as this one. It was more glossy and candy like a Ruby Stone color, but it was with that deeper burgundy red color. And maybe it was going ever so slightly more with the hue towards purple. Why the fuck am I calling now ranting about 911 paint selection? Interior color, single tone here. We can go gray. And there's that all black, all red interior. And there's wheel color, and I can even customize it. I don't know why, ever so slightly darker than the default looks more accurate to me. And there is that other, there's also, yeah, in parts I can only give it a power pack, which it already by default has, and a little splitter. So those are just the Porsche options out of factory. Yeah, I sort of get what you mean. There is something ever so slightly off about the Porsche. Some of those colors are a bit too candy-like, right? Because like this paint is supposed to be metallic, but for whatever reason the metallicness of it is like a bit too candy-like. Right? I understand what you mean. There's something ever so slightly off about it. And when I look at the colors of the car, there are a lot of colors that are supposed to be metallic, and you see they're like weirdly candy-like and pearl, even though there is no pearl to it. And there are many colors like that are metallic on that car, and like you said, have that weird thing. But there are also those other colors that are supposed to be just glossy, and then they look quite nice, like that standard red color. That's just a glossy standard red. It's very fucking vibrant, but it's very standard. The same with that yellow. Although, yeah, even on the glossy color, it has some of this candiness to it. I can't really put a finger on it and describe it better. You're right that it has that weirdness about it. And when you combine it with in a metallic color, it just looks ever so slightly weird. I wonder what that is. Don't get me wrong, like cars in the 90s were painted in some weird paints and weird colors, but something feels off about that. Doesn't matter. Let's try how it drives. I'm not sure if the standoff of the rim here is supposed to be like that, because it's sticking out of the arch. I'm not sure that that's supposed to be like that. This is another car that calls to be tested at Suzuka. I don't know why, it just feels right. I'm sitting in the wrong position, but we will fix that. So the startup sound is nice, but then I heard how that car sounds, and then the rest of it is just, I think it's a placeholder. That doesn't sound nice. nice. This car has ABS, but like even through that braking zone right there, I wasn't really engaging it. And even right here, you see, I'm able to go on the brake and work with the front tires and pitch the car into the corner. I wonder if this car actually is using something different in this update. Or maybe it's just simply a 911 being a 911 with the weight transfer. And that rear engine making the car so alive. Maybe both. Right, but I'm able to work the brake pedal a bit more without really engaging ABS. Unless the ABS engagement is just not showing. No, it's there. Like a 964 RS gave me that. I really like that generation of 911. But the turbo wasn't really a car made for performance driving. I'd love to try that, but with a stiffer version of the RS, or like an RS liftbau with this engine. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's 90s ABS, absolutely right, but even though this is a 90s ABS, I feel like I can rely on this ABS to be a helping hand in the braking zone, rather than a detriment that I have to avoid at all costs, like I feel in some modern road cars in the game so far, where I have to just avoid the intervention at all costs, because it just gets stuck in the ABS and goes deep and plows. But obviously 911 being 911 is the car balance that if you push and you play around with the car, it just allows you for it, right? But it can be intimidating for an unexperienced driver. I mean, for someone unexperienced in IRL, just imagine a car like that. It moves around so much, right? Yeah, it moves around, so it's progressive, and if you know what they're doing, you can control it. But if you don't know what to expect, imagine, like, you know, rich people in the 90s just buying a car like that. But that's why some of those turbo 911s were like widow makers back in the day, because like, you know, a car stepping out of someone and heavy braking from speed. Not everyone is experienced enough as a road car driver to know how to even react in this kind of situation. That's the beauty of the 911, but if you know how to use that behavior to go fast, you can do beautiful stuff with that car. It's such a dance. I have no fucking idea how they engineered that thing out, but it has the front end as well, or at least it's naturally balanced in the way that even when the front is unloaded and technically shouldn't have any ability to turn in, the car just naturally still rotates and just digs into the ground on all 4 tires. It's amazing. This is so nice. I'm enjoying this really a lot now. Like you see right now, I'm just go. Whoa. Yeah, I understand. Like, truck it. I get it. If I just outbrake myself, the tires are just cannot give me grip. Because there's all vintage tires. But it's not like I'm going through ABS braking and just going out of the bounds of the corner. And just so much torque. Turbo. How's the... Yeah, I just want to slow down. Thank you. I let go of the wheel for a second. How's the... where's the turbo gauge boost here? Is there no turbo boost gauge? Because that's just a clock. Oil pressure, oil temperature, fuel, coolant. So there is no turbo gauge. Okay. The DRS lightweight version had it, but nothing. Now it's pulse. Builds power all the way to 7. Throttle model is still really weird. Just pulling out of standstill of clutch is weird. this is technically on modern-ish road tires. Oh, what a beauty. I agree, there's something wrong with the color, and I don't like the placement of that rear tire. There's no way it has... it has that kind of stance IRL. It feels off, and there's weirdly lack of rear camber visually on that car. Yeah, it's only 1 degree. And it only goes to 1.3. That's interesting. Oh, it's standard turbo. But I can technically put it on a supercar tire or a hypercar. What the fuck is a hypercar tire on a 964? Sure, it's just designated wrong or something. No, it's an actual semi-slick. What the fuck is that? Is that like a Pilot Sport Cup 2? I think it might be. I don't know, I don't see the badging again, but no, that's a Michelin logo right there, so... I want to see how it's gonna perform on a hypercar tire. This is gonna be ridiculous. I have an idea why this car has hypercar tire available. And now with a high grip, now it pushes with the front because now there's too much traction. In certain situations it's a really good looking game, and like right now this is with just medium settings, or even lower than medium. Just default. But I also have a custom reshade put on the Oculus mirror for the capture. But in game I use just default, and I can tell you that it looks really nice in headset for me as well. Like, really nice. I didn't try, there's no... I tried some other filters in the initial launch of the game, and the default always looked nice to me. The other filters like always like lacked saturation for me and looked a bit washed out, and some of them are like overexposed. The default seems fine to me. That is interesting, but it's a weird combination because it's a soft old car and it's on a highly capable tire, but if the car can't keep up with the tire, and obviously it's exuberant behavior makes it not overwork, but make the tire not really work how it is intended. So a hypercar tire on that vehicle is weird without like a RS suspension from RS models of the 964. Is 5 Nm of force field enough? Yes and no. Like if you're just getting into sim racing, something like a Mazda R5 is a great wheel. I drove for such a long time on a T300 Thrustmaster, which is even less, and I had great fun. If you want to have a great immersive experience, 5 Nm is not enough. But I'm talking about a really nice immersive experience when you feel like, yeah, that I'm really feeling the road and I have to hustle the wheel, right? Because you're driving some old vintage car, something like that, then no, for that kind of scenarios, 5 Nm is not enough. But having said that, it's still enough to have fun, be competitive, have enjoyment out of driving, right? So it depends where you're coming from. What's your starting point? Are you trying to upgrade? Are you trying to just get into it? Are you looking at it from competitive standpoint? Are you looking at it from enjoyment standpoint? If you have some cash to spare and you want more enjoyment, just go for something like 9, right? If you just want to get into it and you're like kind of scared, is 5 gonna be enough for me to just enjoy it at a basic level and be competitive? 5 is completely fine and enough, right? So if you want to build like a very realistic immersive sim rig with those crazy videos you see online, then 5 is really not gonna really get you there. If you just want to have fun driving the game on a wheel and you're gonna slap it on a desk or like a very simple rig stand, 5 is perfectly enough. So you don't have to worry about that. Speaking about 5 Nm wheels, I have a Mazda R5 to sell. Do you want it? Okay, we drove some road cars, and at last there is Maserati to try. So let's try Maserati. Also, what customization is in that car? Whoa. Yeah, So I think it's a decent starting wheel, because with the modern technology of direct drive and it being 5 Newton meters, it's definitely more than what I had as a Thrustmaster T300. And I used T300 for multiple sims for multiple years, and I drove in competitive esports with that. You know, yes, now I have a Simucube because I just invested in what for me is work. And I just wanted the best that's out there, because I knew that I'm gonna be using it for years, and I'm super pleased with that. But just to play even competitively, right, but not professionally. If it's not your profession, you're not making really money out of it. But even then, if you just play competitively, like how other people play, like, you know, CS competitively, but casually competitively, right? I think Mazda R5 is still perfectly fine to just get into it and feel how it is. And it's the sort of product that I think you can, if you're not happy with it, or if you feel like you're gonna, or your need of enjoyment of the sim is gonna outgrow something like Mazda R5, then you can sell it to someone else who's also gonna be just starting out, and then you can upgrade into it. And I think Mazda has decent ecosystem of the wheels that you could play around with. You know, maybe initially only upgrading the base if you would need to, maybe only upgrading the pedals if you need to. Because it's probably from the R5 bundle, further down the line, it would be the pedals that will be needing upgrading. But as a starting point, like I'm telling you, it's a decent starting point. No, you don't really need to worry about that. You want to see all the tracks? I mean, those are all the tracks that are in the game. There's nothing really different about it. Those are available for everyone. So yeah, as the last thing, let's try this. But I also need to plug in the shifters into the rim. What the fuck? I just dropped something on the ground. Doesn't matter. And let's see how Kota is, because we are yet to actually try Kota. What is more realistic? AC Evo is more realistic, but LMU right now, just as a whole game for competitive racing, is a lot better game. And this is more like a treated as, let's say, technology preview. Because it's nowhere near a ready game. While LMU is also not a ready game, but you can still competitively play it with other people, and it sort of works like a game. Okay, how many rotation do we have here? That's gonna be like 480. Yeah, about right. Close enough. And for first wheel settings, if anyone is interested, no filters, everything on off, because no reconstruction filter even, because this force field is so smooth that I don't need any reconstruction filter even. Direct input effect for damping is 50%. I don't know if that actually changes anything. ACF so far doesn't have any GT3 cars, unfortunately. So But it is a GT2 car. Yeah, but obviously in game I don't have, like, Force Awakens is like maybe 35%, maybe 40, so. Oh, it has auto clutch, okay. So the car has auto clutch by default. So in ACFO, the way the tire works is more realistic, and all the movements of the tire and the way how it flexes, the way how the car moves around on the tire is more realistic and is more defined, and the end result of the car behavior, it moves around on the tire in a way more direct and natural way, while in LMU the car slides around on the tire but in a also very like non-defined way, where in LMU it goes first of all into very high slip angles, but it also gets into those high slip angles in a, like a very floaty way, and it drives in a way where you have to abuse that tire that way. And while in this, that behavior is more natural, although it still feels like they didn't update it, and there are some stuff in this tire model that makes it so in this, when you pass the limit, yes, you're losing some of the grip, but still the grip fall off at very high slip angles. This is still not enough. Holy fuck, that flag is so huge. There's nothing else that screams America more than this. Holy fuck. And also, like, I have to agree that this looks really nice. In LMU, also, it doesn't seem like the thermodynamics of that tire are really there yet. Like, there's an intent of how they're supposed to work, but it's kind of weird. The cars are overusing the rear tires, some of the cars way too much. Right, and but on the other hand, AC Evo doesn't really have the tires thermodynamics properly implemented either. But we know it's coming, so I don't know to what extent LMU thinks that their thermal tire, like how their tire model in terms of the thermals of the tire, how far along is it completed, right? Because it could be that there are going to be huge changes to that in LMU as well. Then all the current problems that I'm talking about are not really going to be there, or at least not to this extent. In ACFO, we know from various confirmations that thermally, the way how thermally the tire works and how it's heating up, how the heating up of the core surface and how that changes its interaction with their own and that it's contacting. We know that it's not complete yet, or it's not even remotely there in the first place. Yeah, well, many people are complaining about that, but you know, if you want to get into casual racing for fun, LMU is great for that. And AC Evo is for now, like I said, like a technology, like a tech demo of like, this is a physics engine, because it's mainly a physics engine that we're working on, that we're gonna build the game upon. And we're slowly seeing bits of the game that are gonna be here, but it's not ready whatsoever, the game, and it's still all hands on deck working on getting the physics engine together with the graphics engine to just work together, and they're doing it all in-house. Yes, setup. So it's already max camber on the front. No, it isn't. Caster, give me all of it. Oh my god. So if 1 and there's 11, oh my god. Okay, let's see how that's gonna work. Also, I don't know if it's just me driving the game for long right now and it's like performance is getting worse and worse, but I do feel like the performance is getting worse and worse because standing here in the pit I have like drops to 80 sometimes, so maybe maybe it needs a game restart, or maybe that's just how it is. As you can see, like now the tire should be cold. There's no tire on it. The tire should be cold, but like it doesn't behave like a cold tire. It's a bit less grippy than a fully warm tire, but it's just like ever so slightly less, but not really a low grip tire, because the car just still digs into the corner and drives through it. It should be more slippery. So you can see that the tire is just not firmly, like I said, active. And yes, they're really stepping out for me, and what I'm doing is not really fast, I think. But for now, the grip fall off is, I don't think, high enough. And it makes that slide be like weirdly progressive rather than snapping at some point. it's like the rear is a bit too lazy to follow because of that. Yeah, but I think it's the slip is the product also of just the way how that slips front to rear is achieved. Because it doesn't really slide too much, but it achieves that grip on both axes in a weird and sloppy way. And it makes it feel like there is a lot of slip. Because it also just allows you for a lot of sliding. So it's not like you have to abuse the slip angle like an LMU, right? But this is like something like that. This slide on throttle should have been more direct rather than so progressive and slow. And it should have costed me more. It should have. Well, it should have progressed way faster, but it progressed really slow. I think the performance is a bit better, but not much. Because the rear allows for so much, you see that weird feeling that you should start doing more and you just get into that very weird slide. Because first the tire kind of invited you to go into that slide, but then it's too slow to make that slide really cost you a lot and you're just stuck in that weird slide. It's slow and it's not efficient, but it feels really awkward. I can't see shit in those conditions, so I don't see the braking points. And the game is stuttering a bit. Right? And then on the brakes, the ABS is super intrusive. mind, those are customer racing cars that are designed with easy handling in mind, right? But like this slide right there it's just progressed so slowly. I didn't feel indication initially that it's gonna progress that far, but because it was progressing so slowly, I wasn't even expecting it to happen in the first place. Like it was that slow, right? It was that's progressing that slowly that I didn't even feel it actually happening. How the car is gonna react with high ABS. Yeah, it's 11 ABS, I think. Let's try 11. Just gauging throughout the whole braking zone. All the way from the beginning. Yeah, those are still the issues with like a slick tires that I have that feel really weird to me. Let's take a look at it in the replay. So look at the entry to this corner where when I'm keeping it like throughout the S's with the where the slip angle I think should be, it's all fine. And then from here I'm just waiting for the car to gain. Already here it exhibits that behavior a little bit, and when I go on the throttle, right, like the rear starts slowly getting past its slip angle, but like extremely slowly. But because it is past it, then when I go on the throttle, then it does step out because obviously I went on the throttle. But it right here, right now, it's progressing so slowly right here that like it's kind of like goes under the radar and you can't feel it. And when I go on the throttle, it's like, oh yeah, obviously it's overcoming the rear grip of the rear tires because it was already past it. But only a little bit, and it was so slow and progressive. But then also in the corner like that, I don't understand this, because I go past the... Hi Dara. Past the front, past the limit of front tires, and it understeers for a sec, and then it gets that weird awkward slide where, yes, it's plowing with the front tires, yet it gets the rotation, and at some point they sort of dig in, even though they're still understeering, but they sort of dig in, and the rear tires in that very slow and progressive way just gets more and more and more rotation to the car, and it's just like a very weird constant slide that's not really like you're technically in an understeering situation, but it's like slowly rotating the car more and more and more while it's clearly feeling wise in an understeering state. So the rear slip progression and grip fall off is way too slow, and then in both directions, and then the front end is like almost too direct slip wise. Maybe not, but then it's not really sensitive enough, low speed especially, load wise. Because like high speed, you can sense the aero working, that like here I'm able to just get the car into the corner and just do a direction change, and when I lift the throttle do direction change, here it just listens, it gets into the corner, and the rear nicely follows that, and then I do the transition, bam, it's straight away, it reacts, right? So in this regard, the tire is active, or the front tire is really reactive and direct. But I can't move my finger on it if it's direct, because here at high speed there was tons of load being put on it. Or is it because it reacts with slip on the front quite fast and responsively? Because then at slow speed, if I go into the hairpin, I always have that problem, especially in a ABS race car, in a GT2, where it feels like it should be able to slow down. Here I should be able to start releasing the releasing the brake and trail brake, but it just gets stuck in that ABS, that even though the fronts are loaded up, they feel like I'm not being able to just work them in any way. I'm just not able to ask for grip out of them, even though they're loaded up. And the trail braking phase is just so weird, and because of that you have to do that weird thing where I would have to brake in a straight line and then release the brake really fast and then turn in, and then the front reacts, right? But it's just counterproductive because I want to carry more speed into the corner, and it just feels really awkward. Like right here in this phase, right here towards the apex, even before the accelerator it bites because I left off the brake. But this phase right here is really kind of weird, where I would expect the rear tires to be unloaded, the front tires being loaded up, and I would expect the car to be quite responsive right here, or at least I should be able to work with the grip that I'm giving the front tires in a trail braking phase. And it's not that you can't, but it's just not effective compared to me completely lifting off, and then I completely lift, and now in this very moment, right before the corner, it just bites and digs into the corner and completes the rotation. If I play it at full speed, wait for that moment, look where it comes, where I just bump, it just suddenly bites at the very end, and throughout the trail braking phase it feels just understeery. But throughout the trail braking phase it has that weird thing where like the rear somewhat in like a slow and sloppy way still gets into the slip angle and keeps on progressing into the slip angle. So you get that similar thing that I described in this corner, where you have that weird understeer feeling, the rear sort of rotates, and then you have that weird snap mid-corner right here. It didn't happen, right? But feeling-wise, I can feel it, where there's lack of rotation. When I finally release the brake, it just digs into the corner and just bites, right? And And there are situations where if you just carry too much into the corner, finally when you release the brake, the rear just steps out. But you can control it by just releasing the brake even more slowly, because for that you would extend your trail braking phase, but that would get you stuck in the ABS braking with like fronts being super reluctant to give you any grip anyway. I was about to do that. I was about to do that. So right, there was very little brake force, and I turned the wheels ever so slightly, and the front inside locked up straight away, right? Like with a super small braking input, I can maybe trail brake with ABS off, but you see right here, I did very little brake input, and before ABS kicked in, it loaded up front and just bit, but there was so little brake. But when I do it with any more sufficient braking input, it will just overpower the fronts and just lock, right? And it goes forward, and it locks, and the locking loses the grip quite significantly, and that's why I think ABS is just struggling to really keep up with that behavior of the tire, because in a straight line I can brake quite a lot. You could see even there, in a straight line I was able to brake quite a lot, and then for the corner itself, because in a straight line I was somewhere around this for a straight line, and then I released it to somewhere around here and turned it ever so slightly, and it's already locked. Let me turn off TC as well. Right, so at that high speed, when I just trail and drag the brake, as long as it's not really progressive into any rear lockup, the front is really responsive. With the rear being super slow with how it's progressing into the slip angle, and then right? I have to release it really early and a lot. Yeah, no, obviously I can't in a race car afford that hard braking. But you can see even right here, I mean, like, the braking pressure wasn't even that high, even right now, right? I'm trying to, and you could see visually from the behavior of the car, I'm trying to load up the front and make it I'm trying to slowly feed in the brake to just increase the load on the front tire and make the fronts bite, but you can see just out of the car behavior and its radius that it's following in yaw, that it's barely increasing. The fronts are barely being loaded up, and they're barely gaining any grip that they're generating out of this loading up, right? Yet they're being overworked in both directions, even with this little steering, and straight away it locks up. And I think ABS has really hard time on a slick tire with this tire model just working. and that's why at the very end of the trailing phase, where you finally release the brake to a very small braking input, it finally allows it to bite only then. Because like without ABS, if I would have to try to like trail throughout here, it would be really weird and awkward. But it's a thing that was confirmed and known that it has to be improved, and it's a flaw. So you see, like very little input before I really look up. It reacts to the slip angle and it makes it bite with, again, the rear following that extremely smooth and slow fashion. But any bigger brake input and it just doesn't want to do that. And again, on throttle you could see the slide was so sloppy and slow, too slow. So here I sort of managed. It's so difficult to feel it out, and I have to be so tentative on the brake to brake into a corner like that with no ABS. Right. So bear in mind, this is with no ABS. And look how tentative I have to be with my steering, and here in the very late trailing zone, right? Like I'm barely putting the car through any actual load because I'm not able to work the tire in both directions hard right now because it's just gonna let go, and I should be able to load it up and use that grip that's available for me to work it in both directions, but it's super reluctant to work in those both directions, which is weird because then the rear is doing that. It's like the front and rear tire model are just different. I don't understand it. It's just a work in progress, and ACC assets, they have them in hand for certain cars. So, I mean, the physics are completely different. There is some reminiscence, but I think it's mainly because those are like they're the same people behind it and they have a similar vision to what they think the cars should be behaving like, so there is the same vibe about them, so to say, but I don't think it's necessarily that it drives the same, because it drives quite differently. Like a Porsche, this Porsche, not in a million years you would think that those are same cars, same like ACC, based on ACC physics, not in a million years. What I wanted to do morning. Maybe 5 AM is a bit too much, but let's see. So we drove on road tire. Let's keep on driving on road tire. give it a bit more rear camber, a bit more rear support. Oh, wrong rotation. This car has a lot of rotation because it's 1 and then this. Okay, so this goes. It's gonna be like, I don't know, 1,000. $160. Wild guess. That's too much. 100. It's a little bit too much, but almost there. Oh wait, is it less than 180? Oh, yeah, it's less than 180. What the fuck am I doing? But a bit more, 1040. Okay, it's around 1040, 1050. Very close to 1050. Close enough. Yeah, it is like between 1050 and 1040. I think 1040. Doesn't matter. Getting too technical a bit. I installed it. The throttle is really weird for the getaways like this. Let me turn off the ABS. So here the car balance-wise is just so alive because of the rear engine. That just rotates it. But it's just rear engine rather rotating it than the front's digging in. Which happens to not be a problem because at the end of the day it is rotating and you just don't need it to bite with the fronts anymore. Under load. Brakes are really that bad. Holy shit. Or maybe that ABS that's there in the car is working a lot more subtly, even when not actively showing working with the in-game icon. Quite nice. I like the cars. The cars I do like, apart from the Exige. Exige was a disappointment. But the cars I added I really like. Yeah, that was really nice. There are little ABS activations that do happen even when it's not really blinking on that thing. I just turned off the mirrors and that's how they look like with the mirrors turned off. Late again. Could be that the 911 characteristic of this car kind of gives you the workaround around that tire's behavior. So lively on the rear end. I think I'm gonna restart the game or do something because the FPS are getting worse and worse. I can feel it that the game is just not smooth. I need to restart it. I'm gonna restart it and put it in maybe full screen mode again. Because it seemed that it just, I don't know, maybe improved performance ever so slightly when I was using it earlier. So quick restart. And also gonna wrap up the stream. Okay, it's here. Why is my mouse in the mirror doubled? Oh no, that I didn't try. Are they different? I can't change that. Did it just crash? No, it just looks really weird like that. Maybe there is more grip of the line, it's hard to say. But here, I tried to brake off the line, but then it stalls in the gravel. Oh la la! So that would burn the clutch. That was interesting. That was crazy. Holy shit. I wasn't even paying attention, I was just like not even thinking about it, and then it just got me out. There's just very low grip. Is it raining like more and more? I don't know if it's the game that's lagging or the wipers are just like very low refresh rate. It's hard to look past them. I swear this is way less grip than at the beginning of the session on the first lap. That's a good information that it builds up. I didn't know that. Like it's very slippy, but it's slippy throughout the track. I can't really feel it. It's like driving on ice, but I think it's just that the entire track is ice, not that the line is ice. It should be way more visible in corners, you know. Like right here, this outside right here should be grippy. I mean, it did grip up on the outside, but I went extremely wide. And now it just lets go anyway. Kind of gripped up off the line on the inside for acceleration. it looks that if there is more grip off the line, then I have to go like off the line, super far off the line, and the line itself is quite wide. And like you see here, there is grip, and then throughout the rest of the track there is just none. Almost as if only right here it's grippy, but then there's puddles here. And here it's like almost entire width of the track is rubber, full rubber, even though I guess fair enough. Try dropping with just normal line. Better than LMU. Maybe it is there, but the part of the track that's rubbered in is extremely big, and it's not defined enough, I feel like, if it is there, but it could be just placebo and me wanting it to be there, you know? It's like this breaking there on the outside, if that's rubbered in, that's just completely... Also, this is funny that right now force feedback is like super light, but technically I'm digged into the dirt, but I can just like let go of the wheel and it like freely spins. Like what? What? It's weird. Visually, it's just super hard to tell where even would be the rubber and which part of the road would be like not rubbered. Definitely weird. Oh, Fabio, yeah, I was registered, but my game weirdly bugged out, and like I was not able to join the session, so I was like, yeah, screw it. Tried a few things, but it didn't work. It didn't want to let me in. So I was off the pace anyway. I don't know how to drive them on, so I don't feel like I lost out on much. And Ferraris look to be way superior, but it is what it is. Didn't have a setup either, but that's beside the point. Let's see how the track is when it actually is optimum. Let's try maybe that old alpha again. What's new with the update? Basically content, some better performance for the game, ever so slightly, but that's mostly that. Took its sweet time. What was the rotation for that car again? It was like 100 something. Oh fucking hell. Okay, close enough. Go back to the game. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. And we're back. And now it's lagging, and now it's not lagging. And now Oculus mirror is the wrong size again. It doesn't matter. If this is optimal, you can barely see any rubber on the track. Sort of like is rubber on the track, but it's weird. It's like super shiny, but not really dark. It's weird that the in-game ref counter only shows like yellow refs. It doesn't really go to red, right? It shows it at the very end. Obviously that's already way past the shift point. But you can see the same problems that I have on the entry. It was just for testing, okay? I agree, but it was for testing. You see, where I'm not asking out of the front and the braking, they're so easy to just get me into the corner and rotate the car. But whenever I'm trying to trail brake into the corner, it's so easy to just lock up the inside front and there's nothing. When I release the brake, it just bites. It's counterintuitive because I want to keep the brake to just load in the car into the corner and make it bite, but it doesn't. And then when I finally release it, it does. But that's when it should like stabilize. This is weird. Maybe that higher camber was just a bad idea. Yeah, 3070 on Quest 3 is gonna be a challenge. I mean, I'm only using old Rift and I have a 4090, so completely different set of hardware to work with. Yeah. sort of see where the rubber is on the track, like here a bit, right? So you can see it, but it's like weird in like patches. There's so much glare right here, it looks like it's wet. Overall, I noticed that there's way too much glare in this game on the track. Like there, what the fuck is this rubber? It's laid on the track in so weird places. There should be quite a lot of it on the entry here. But it doesn't seem like that rubber is in any way like more grippy. for testing, yeah? For testing. When I went to get for it, this is funny. Valid lap. Really tricky on the entries, that car. Again, it's just... the tire is really prone to lock up. kicker would make a hole in the underbody, but as much as this is so fucking enjoyable and addictive, yeah, I can't put my finger on it. Why? I just can't cope with a corner like this. I don't know, there's something that doesn't enable me to fully lean on the tire into the corner like that. If I brake too much, I lock up the inside. If I brake too little, I don't get the front in. If I don't brake enough, I'm gonna have too high speed and I'm just gonna over speed into the corner. And the rear tire being so progressive, but front tire being so... it's not reluctant to do what I want it to do, but like I'm as a driver not able to do what I want to do. And as a driver, I'm so... like it pushes me into like, naturally I want to do something and then I remember, oh yeah, but I can't brake. Oh yeah, I can't brake, so I go too fast into the corner. And this sort of weird sloppy slide on the entry happens. Where I just overspeed, but I'm not able to take the speed off the car. Yeah. Let me try something. Let me try like a really stiff pedal that I'm not used to. It's ridiculous for a car like this. Yeah. What the fuck? I didn't do anything, it was just in neutral. try something. I want to see how lowering the exposure will if it will reduce the glare. Overall has shit brakes, just overall, so that doesn't help. I have that weird feeling in that game, like there's always something pushing me from behind. I just don't know how to do this corner. It is an addictive combo. I hope. This is tiring. It's like that brake that I put to like very high pressure is like a I don't know. It's like forcing me to have brake input way lower than I think I have, and then it works. But at the same time I do have to have the brake input really high in certain other situations. It's weird. But damn, it's enjoyable. Well, but you see, I think all the cars across the board have that feeling. It's the same with every single other car all the way, including all the old cars. Speaking of which, I always wanted to try the 296 again at some point, and I think it's the time. Just at the end, at the very end, last thing we're gonna do, try the 296 again. Because I'm just intrigued if anything. Oh, what the fuck is this default camera position? I'm again sitting like in the neck of the guy, like with my vision pointing downwards. Like the ground beside me is not leveled. This was what, 800 degrees, I think. And for a big lug. Oh, fuck me. I pressed alt tab twice and went back to the game. Okay. What? No, it's like 640 degrees. What the fuck? $660? No, even less. What the hell? It's a Rotka. Is that fast off the rack? 600 degrees? Jesus. Yeah, 640. And back to my normal kilos. Wait, it's hypercar tire by default. I want to put it on supercar tire. Behold the game stuttering. Whoa! Hello? Thank you. This is so weird in comparison. What the fuck? Let's see if the differential in the car changed a bit low speed. Oh, this is so much grip. Car's electronics are doing so much stuff. It's a rocket ship in this way. I think it's again too stable, and that rear grip fall off is not fast enough, and it makes it so the electronics of the car have almost like an easy time controlling all of that, and they're not letting enough slip build up too fast enough. Electronic differential and all those magic stuff that Ferrari does. And when I force it, and yeah, it goes into a slide. Then I don't have enough steering lock to properly control it, right? Because the front wheels barely turn, like that's the maximum steering lock. It's still fairly enjoyable. Hello? What the fuck? Well, in a straight line it demolishes the GT3 car, because in a straight line when it applies the electric motor right now, now it has 800, over 800 horsepower, and it's lighter than a GT3, and it's less draggy than a GT3, so it just fucking goes. But then you can see how the braking is nothing. And in a corner like that, high speed, if it was a bit more realistic, it would struggle, I think, even more. But you can see it was just plowing. Everything is coming fast at you. But even though it's so capable, at the end of the day, you're still restricted by lack of downforce, lack of tires. Although modern tires are so impressive. You can see throughout that whole corner some electronics in the car are trying to keep the traction going. Same here. If I just boot it, it will rev, but
It's like it's helping me keep the drift angle. Second gear is too short, I need to just put it in ferrari. Those rear tires need to let go in a snappier way. The guy has a lot of fun. Like, bro, in VR, as a distant moving object, even in a situation like that, holy fuck, it's just changing its distance so fast. Holy fuck. Indeed. Yeah. It's almost as good as Monza Junior. America! Fuck yeah! It's literally what I hear when I look at this flag. It's so big! Shit is so huge actually. Oh wait. What is that thing saying there? That's just tire PSI warm up. how much managing electronics are doing even with a CT off. So just put the throttle in, and it's just trying to manage grip, and then it finally lets go. Then it snaps because the road tires are not able to handle it anymore. You can almost like hear traction control working, even though traction control is off. I don't know, I mean, I never drove a Ferrari, right? But it's weird how even with all the electronics off, it's restraining itself from even an attempt at putting the, well, not putting down, but even an attempt at delivering the max power. Because at the end of the day, I'm asking for max power, and I have all the electronics turned up to off, right? So, and it's still intervening in a way. Again, not enough steering angle. Yeah, but the road tires are just not enough for me to hold the angle. Tons of electronics intervention happening. It's a great driving game. Damn it, why didn't they release any earlier, newer tire model? Because surely they have something. There's no way this isn't it. This is it. And I can't believe the 296 as a road car has that big turning radius. I mean, is it that big? Really that big? I mean, okay, it is quite big. Maneuvering this thing IRL has to be a chore. I automatically started looking into the mirrors, but I have them off. It's just interesting for me to see this, like the theoretical steering angle of the car like that, but whatever. I have no fucking idea why I started playing 3D parking. Cool game. Oh, it's just... it's a really good update. I just wish there was more, because I know that there is more and I just want more. But they just didn't release any of it. No, there's only i30. Look, guys, it's getting late. I'm gonna drive more of it like tomorrow, just for fun, because it's so fun driving it. Like looking for some other cool car combos. I want to like push the NSX on some other tracks, do some hot lapping just for fun, like we did with that Alpha, right? Because I really enjoy how that car feels. There were some electronic changes to Camaro, so maybe they got to implement how active dampers work in that car. Maybe just suspicion. I don't actually really know. I remember that they changed something with the car, something potentially with electronics, but I don't remember what exactly. So I'm just talking potential bullshit here. They changed some stuff with the Huracan, I think. I might be wrong. And we never really drove it on any stream, because I never really streamed after that car released. So maybe like I said, another time. And there's still plenty other stuff to experience. We can try more than GT2, and I'm gonna play around with graphic settings as well, a bit more to maybe get like a stable 90 at all the situations. But yeah, for today, I thank you very much all, and there's gonna be more. There's gonna be more, but I'm getting just tired. So for today, this has to be it, and I need to just go and eat something finally. And so thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in upcoming streams. This was really fun. Some decent viewership, considering that everyone today is probably streaming this. So thanks for tuning in for this one, and I'll see you another time, probably tomorrow, because why the fuck not. I wanted to maybe drive some other Le Mans Ultimate daily races, because they were really fun, but yeah, this game is just too nice. So let's just do more ACFO tomorrow, and let's see how it is, because it's really fun. And I want to put my finger on what exactly is that I'm feeling that's just not right on the entries to the corner. And I want to chat with other people tonight to see what they feel, what maybe I can get some more information on what exact changes have been done, if there were any. And yeah, I'll see you there maybe tomorrow. Let's see, why not? So check out in the meantime all the links in the description. There's a link to my Discord. I offer there sim racing coaching. Quite a few people interested recently in LMU, so if you're too, then hop on there, check it out. There's a link to Heimo Hideout, our official Discord for Heimo, where we offer a variety of help, sim racing related, setup related, and we can help you there. Check it out. Tons of interesting links in the description to check out for anyone interested. And yeah, see you tomorrow. Good night.